Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omivi Idolo. Now let's begin. The federal government has assured protesting road contractors that all outstanding payments will be cleared before December 2025 after days of demonstrations over unpaid project funds. Minister of Works David Umahi said President Bola Tinubu has approved a special committee to verify and settle all outstanding claims. following protest at the Ministry of Finance by members of the All Indigenous Contractors Association of Nigeria, who allege the government owes about 4 trillion naira and are demanding the immediate release of 760 billion naira earlier promised. Umahi urged contractors to end all protests and confirmed that companies, including those working on the Maraba-Kefi axis, will receive payments in the upcoming disbursement. Umahi also revealed that the ministry has invited the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to audit all federal road projects nationwide to strengthen transparency and ensure payments match actual work done. He added that the government is launching an online platform to monitor project progress and highlighted President Tinubu's swift approval of emergency fund for the repaired Kefi flyover, released within 24 hours. The minister defended progress on the Abuja-Kano road, attributing delays to flawed original designs now being corrected, and reiterated that strict monitoring, concrete pavement standards, toll reforms, and a 2.5% retention fee will ensure better quality and accountability. Nigeria's economy expanded by 3.98% in the third quarter of 2025, a slight slowdown from the 4.23% growth recorded in second quarter, despite outperforming the 3.86% posted in the same period of 2024. Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso disclosed this while briefing the Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and other financial institutions, noting that the growth was driven by stronger activity in crop production, ICT, real estate, and financial services. Cardoso added that recent foreign exchange reforms had stabilized the foreign exchange market, improved investor confidence, and boosted foreign inflows, contributing to a more predictable economic environment. He also reported a sharp strengthening of Nigeria's external reserves, which rose to $46.7 billion as of November 14, 2025, the highest in nearly 7 years, providing 10.3 months of import cover. Diaspora remittances surged from about $200 million per month to around $600 million, while the clearance of a verified $7 billion FX backlog helped to restore investors' trust, pushing foreign capital inflows to $20.98 billion in the first 10 months of 2025, a 70% rise above the whole of 2024 and 428% higher than 2023's $3.9 billion. Cardoso also highlighted Nigeria's removal from the FATF grey list as a major boost to global confidence, reducing compliance burdens, easy cross-border payments, and improving access to international finance. Nigeria's agricultural sector grew 3.79% in the third quarter of 2025, driven largely by rising investor confidence and stronger crop production, according to new data from the National Bureau of Statistics. The sector contributed 30.5 trillion naira to GDP in nominal terms, with crop production accounting for 20.13 trillion naira, livestock 7.8 trillion naira, forestry 1.63 trillion naira, and fishing 943.77 billion naira. Stakeholders say the growth reflects improving private sector participation and recent government attention, but warn that high production costs, low farm gate prices, logistic challenges, and weak policy execution threatens sustainability. Industry leaders argue that the government must urgently implement key interventions, including recapitalizing the Bank of Agriculture, enforcing fair pricing through a buyer of last resort scheme, and reducing the heavy tax and logistics burdens confronting producers. They also highlight the growing impact of agro-processing expansion, AFCFTA opportunities, development programs, and seasonal harvest patterns. Stakeholders agree that while investors' confidence is rising, only consistent policy execution, lower input costs, and stronger support for farmers and processors will sustain the sector's momentum in coming quarters. The federal government says Nigeria has the capacity to drive economic transformation across all sectors through innovation, strengthened private sector partnerships, and deeper regional integration. Speaking at the close of the 2025 Nigeria International Trade Fair in Lagos, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Nura Rimi, said the event showcased Nigeria's rising industrial strength and growing investor confidence. He noted that the strong turnout of international exhibitors affirmed Nigeria's position as a leading destination for business, while emphasizing the ministry's commitment to boosting the business environment, driving export diversification, and positioning the country as a manufacturing hub under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Executive Director of the Lagos International Trade Fair Complex Management Board, Vera Ndanusa, also described the 2025 edition as a full-scale revival, saying the volume of transactions and diversity of participants surpassed all projections. She revealed that thousands of visitors and hundreds of exhibitors attended the fair, with many vendors selling out their stock before the event ended. Danusa added that several stakeholders have already requested early registration for the 2026 edition, signaling renewed confidence in the fair's growth and Nigeria's expanded trade potential. U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday hosted the Democratic Republic of Congo President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwanda President Paul Kagame in Washington to sign a peace and economic cooperation deal, even as clashes between M23 rebels and Congolese forces continued in eastern Congo. The leaders reaffirmed commitments to a U.S. brokered agreement reached earlier in the year and advanced plans for cooperation on critical minerals, a move seen as part of Washington's wider push to counter China's dominance in the global mineral supply chain. Trump described the signing as a major diplomatic win, but conflict persisted on the ground, with reports of fresh bombings and territorial advances by M23 fighters across South Kivu province. The United States says the agreement recommits both countries to the peace process, though analysts warn it does little to address the root causes of the conflict. M23, which was not present at the signing, is still engaged in separate talks and continues fighting for control of part of eastern Congo, displacing civilians and deepening humanitarian crisis. Critics, including Nobel laureate Denis Mukwege, argue that the deal is driven more by competition for Congo's vast mineral wealth than by genuine peace efforts. While Kigali denies backing the rebels, UN experts maintain Rwanda has operational control of M23. The renewed diplomatic push comes as Trump seeks more foreign policy wins in his second term, even as violent clashes and long-standing grievances continue to destabilize the region. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Omivi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Petrol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt. The only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR African Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
With the theme, Leveraging Customs Enforcement to Enhance Revenue Generation with Transparency and Accountability, an ICPC Perspective, the lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoni, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So those are, the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu shed more light.
Average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why you see when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. We generate revenue. So if you are generating revenue, we are seeing it pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody at that level dismissed. And no organization today in Nigeria that has done that. No organization. I remember when I was in that operation SOUQ, that is border to 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuniyi thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV. It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional...
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL, and my name still remains SOUQ. John Rogers SOUQ. If you're seeing us, watching us, wherever you are in the globe, say thank you very much and welcome to the Friday edition of the last bit for the week. Hope your week has been good, and today promises to be very nice. So hey, be nice. Now, for everyone that is wondering, today we'll be looking at NNPCL. Now they are telling us that they are slashing pump price. We'll talk about that story. Then also, for those in Nigeria, Lagos to be precise, no, other parts of Nigeria, they know it. It's called Korokwe. It's a bus, it's a kind of a bus mass transit, kind of. We'll also talk about that because it's right before us and there are things that we need to iron out about it. So you can't miss this particular edition. Hey, the Nigeria Railway is also here. The story is hot and it's sizzling. Remember, I'm not alone on this table on this beautiful Friday. So here, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome on the table with me for the first time. Toby, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. SOUQ. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Otobi. This is where you should be this morning, SBL. Let's trash these topics out.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr.
Okay, that's good. I like that vibe. Then we also have Amin. Amin is here. He made it. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you.
You're welcome.
Thank God it's Friday.
Oh, yes. Thank God it's Friday. Yes, now we don't have much time, so let's get straight into it. Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, that's NNPCL, has reduced the pump price of premium motor spirit, PMS, to 920 naira. Okay. Let me say it again. 920 naira, marking its second cut in a week amid increasing competition in the deregulated downstream oil sector. This move reflects market-driven pricing dynamics, a lot of English, following full subsidy removal and the entry of more importers into the fuel supply chain. Industry players say the price drop is a response to pressure from private marketers offering competitive rates to capture market share. Analysts note that while the price cuts may offer temporary relief to transport operators and consumers, structural challenges like forex, volatility, logistics, bottlenecks, and crude price fluctuations still pose risks to long-term price stability. The latest reduction signals a maturing market environment, but stakeholders continue to call for transparent pricing, regulatory oversight, and strategic reserve to cushion future supply shocks. I had to take my time and just go through this particular story for the day. When I heard and saw price cut, I was thinking maybe NNPC would just drop it all the way down to 800 naira or 750. And I saw 920. Dear gentlemen on this table that happens to be alive, does 920 naira look like a price cut?
I don't think it's a price cut because personally, I bought fuel on Awolowo Road 2 days ago for 90 at the rate of 910. So this is a price increase in my own view compared to where I got fuel in the past 2 days. And another question is, what is NNPC's source of fuel? I don't think at this point NNPC should be making headline for doing a price cut on imported petroleum products at this junction when we have a working refinery in this country.
920 naira. Okay, so are you trying to say that those that are refining should be the ones responsible. Okay, we've made a price cut.
No, I think NNPC should hide their face in shame at this point. If we have a working refinery that is about to be the biggest refinery in the world, NNPC should not be coming to make an headline about reducing the price of imported fuel. They should not be importing fuel at this time. They should find a way to have more refineries working at this point. I think they should leave the downstream sector and focus on how we can get more refinery working at this point. It's counterproductive if as a country we are trying to be oil refiners at this point, and the agency that is saddled with the responsibility of the regulation of our oil sector is still importing fuel. And they are coming to make us happy to say they are cutting prices. They should be refining prices, and the prices of their products should be affordable. They should be competing with the product they refine in this country at an affordable price for the people.
Okay, competing with product refined in this country at an affordable price. Now, before I ask whether you share his thoughts on this particular one, let's look at Dangote, who happens to be the major refiner right now. Yes, major refiner. Dangote came up the last time and gave us a price decrease of 820. We've not heard much from him. Do you think forces beyond we, the consumers, are influencing what Dangote can do or cannot do?
So first, when you look at these things, you would also have to look at where, if I always come from the angle of are they in the right jurisdiction to do these things? Yes, PIA 2021 gives them the right to restructure these pricings and all of that to fit what we, the people, demand and all of that, and what actually fits our country. Now, with Dangote not saying anything, you can just understand that Dangote, for me, is a long-term plan of the government. Now, this changing of prices every now and then, NNPC, like what he said, NNPC comes and tell us that they slash the price to 920 is not really about NNPC. It's about the competition that the government is trying to put in place to, okay, we have a lower price here, Dangote. Can you get to that level?
Dangote's price is lower.
Yeah, exactly. We have a lower price, that's Dangote.
Okay.
So can you get to that level? So, like you said, coming to say we made 920, we started down to 920, does not go anywhere. Like it should not be the headlines, because we should be talking about the lower one, which we are giving room to Dangote for refinery here. We should have more in Nigeria. We should have more. We should talk about more of our refineries here in Nigeria, not imported oil coming into the country, because it does not fit the long-term plan. Now, this whole 920 stuff is a short-term plan that is so open to issues with regards to FX. Now, if anything happens to the FX, it goes back. If anything affects the FX, it goes back. So why not focus more on the one that we have? Although, yeah, it gives room to competition, but it should not make the headline, because it has not done anything significant. So I see both for this morning as well too, and same price, nothing really changed has changed actually.
910.
Yeah.
And NNPC say 920. Okay, now let's look at it from this other angle. We have strong men, because that is what we call them now. We won't call them a cartel. We have strong men that are really in charge of those importation stuff, and they've been there before this particular government. One and stepped in. They've been there before the past administration. One way or the other, the system has made them very strong. Dangote at one point in time had to say, if I knew, I wouldn't have ventured, because there are strong men at the gate. What can we do as a people for this strength of theirs to win?
As a people, we have to continue to support the policies that serve us in the long run. Beyond just affordable products, we need to look at employment, we need to look at revenue for the country. So we need working refineries. So we shouldn't be tools of propagandas of the so-called powerful men, like you said. So as a people, we just need to continue to support the local refineries, local industries. That's what
local refineries right now, what we have working right now is Dangote.
Right.
They tell us that we have some other smaller refineries.
Yeah,
we're not seeing, they're not giving us updates data on what is coming out from those particular refineries.
Exactly. So we need to continue to, put pressure on the state governments where these proposed refineries are situated to see if they are giving all the necessary support to these private companies that are trying to bring more refineries, and as well as the federal government to see what is happening. And when these companies, when they come to the stock market, we should invest in them. We should buy into these companies.
Okay, we should invest and buy into these companies. Dangote is coming in January?
Why is coming? It's meant to come last quarter, but I think they pushed it to first quarter of 2026. Yeah.
First quarter of 2026. Now, Dangote is coming to the stock market next year.
Next year.
We're looking forward. Now, let's push this table a bit. NNPC is still taking crude because NNPC refineries have crude allocation. What exactly is happening to that crude?
In what aspect of what's happening to the crude? Because
NNPC has crude allocation for refining, and they've always had it. And it's also in the books that they got this amount of crude allocation for refining. But me and you know that there is no refining happening right there. So that particular crude allocation, where is it going to? Who's accounting for it?
So, at the end of the day, one of the issues we've always had with our institutions, any of the institutions we have in Nigeria, is transparency. You rightly mentioned that, we have other young ones coming on, aside from Dangote, but we're not seeing them. And the reason why we're not seeing them is because, for now, it's more like everybody's just watching out to see what Dangote will do up there. So, transparency. Who are the people that are questioning or doing a lot of reviews in these areas? You see a lot of allocations will fly, but if you don't report them, no one is going to know. So we don't have enough. Nobody opens up, their house or their homes to you if you're not ready to actually say, okay, I'm coming in. So just give an allocation and you go your way. It doesn't work that way. There should be checks and balances. When you have checks and balances, everybody's on their toes. And they start seeing these figures, start seeing these numbers, start seeing why we spend this money, how we spend this money, how the allocation was done, and all of that, because there's a check and balance. Now, even if we have the check and balance, we all know, just like you rightly mentioned, there are the powerful people up there that will suppress this information from coming out to the public, because we know the costs, we know what happens in there, as a, quote unquote, allegedly, what happens in our systems. The transparency areas are very, very terrible, because of course, once the transparency plays out, you get to see a lot of issues in there. So I strongly believe that, once you can afford to empower enforcement or review agencies into these institutions, you get to see what's happening in there. It's not until we get the daily news or you get the breaking news before we know what's happening. At random, you are seeing these things come up. Insider dealings, you are seeing informations, how these monies are being, how these allocations are being spent. You follow up on these things. Generally, Nigerians would be comfortable knowing that, okay, this is what this allocation was spent on, this is what the crude oil allocation was. Not just 920 today. How did we get to 920? How did we get to 840? We want to know these things. So you don't get all of these things. You look at other countries, you tend to enjoy certain inside talks because they are open to reviews. But over here, we are always scared of these things because questions will happen. So
we don't like questions.
We don't like questions.
Okay. While we are looking at liking or not liking questions, we are looking forward to a time when PMX will be sold for 600. That's what Nigerians are looking for. If possible, less than that. Is it possible? Is it doable? More refineries have to come on stream. Hey, NNPC, please, when you have this kind of news next time, just do us a favor and keep it to yourself. Now, let's get down to what is going to really tickle the fancy of a whole lot of us on this table today. It has to do with transport reforms. Lagos State. Now, Lagos State is planning to phase out Korope, just like we said before. Those small buses that ply our streets and some major roads. And they are looking at introducing regulated high-capacity fleets. Lagos State government has announced plans to gradually remove Korope buses from major highways, replacing them with regulated high-capacity buses as part of the Lekki-Epe bus reform scheme. That is Lekki-Epe. It's going to be the first side to see this initiative come true. Now, this aims to improve commuter safety, reduce traffic congestion, and provide a more efficient public transport system along the busy Lekki-Epe corridor. The new fleet will feature modern buses operating under strict regulatory oversight to ensure better service quality. Officials say the reform will enhance road safety and reduce accidents associated with informal transport modes. The phased approach will allow commuters and operators to adjust smoothly while boosting Lagos' efforts to modernize urban mobility and foster sustainable transport solutions. With all this said, we are looking at this to commence on the 8th of December, which happens to be next week. Which happens to be next week. Yeah, for those that are watching, that is a picture of the beautiful Korokwe right there on the street. That's okay. Mukhtar, let's start. Let's start. We had part of this discussion just 2 days ago, but now they didn't come up to tell us specifically that there's going to be a phase out. Now they've come to say there is going to be a phase out. Now, if Korokwe is there, then it's possible that Danfo is also somewhere in the mix. And let's start asking ourselves these major questions. How is this information going to trickle down to the last man on the street? Because information is what is going to determine how this is going to work. Are Lagosians informed? How will they take it?
I feel like that's the job of the Commissioner for Information. But how does it affect the rest of us? We cannot just, I don't want us to look at it from just the, the surface level of people losing their jobs. We have to look at it holistically. Somebody said something, they said a developed country is a country where the rich take public transport. Now we ask ourselves, if we want to be a developed state, are the Korokwe fit for the rich people to take? How are we going to get to the point where the rich people can take public transport? In Lagos, a lot of the rich people has, at one point in their life, taken the BRT, even if it's once, because it's comfortable. And that is an indication of we are going somewhere. So we need to look at the congestion on the road. We need to look at the wear and tear of the road. The number of the cars that you see on the road affects how my tax and your tax is spent. Because if fewer vehicles ply the road, if it's bigger buses that convey passengers, that can take 200 passengers at once, it's better than when you have Korokwe that is taking 12. The job that a big bus can do, you need about 12 Korokwe or 10 Korokwe to do it. So there goes emission, pollution. There goes wear and tear of the road. There goes the traffic, where a lot of Lagosians spend average of 6 hours on the road every day, unproductive hours that could be used for rest or channel into other productive activities. There goes price regulation. We know how the unregulated buses changes prices at will. You can take a bus for the same route in the morning for 500 naira. You're coming back just because it's raining or there is an accident on the road. It becomes 2,000 naira. That extra 1,500 naira disrupts people's life for the entire month because a lot of people are working on very strict budgets where if an extra 1,500 naira expenses come, it messes up their entire month. So with government buses, you have regulated prices, you have regulated schedules that you can plan because you know the bus leave at certain time. There goes smoother and faster traffic on the road. There goes comfort. Some of this traffic, they come with air conditioning, there's TV, it's comfortable.
Okay. So you are right now, you are talking like a bourgeois.
Our people deserve the best of everything.
Okay.
So if the questions that we need to be asking,
deserving the best of everything,
right?
How are we going to augment for the job lost on the side of the people operating the Korokwe?
Like I said, we are a developing country, and we can agree that we are barely scratching the surface of the economy.
Thank you.
The economy is not working at its full optima. So people can move into other sectors to develop it.
Simple.
People can move into other sectors to develop it.
Yes.
Okay. Let me hold you on that. Don't move away from that thought. Let me come this way. Now, he mentioned something about numbers. Number of passengers, the bigger buses can take, and that of Korokwe. On average, the Korokwe will take 7. 3, 3, 1. That's 7. The VR
8 because of the illegal and the informal operation that they make, squeeze you in there, maybe like 10.
No, that particular one can't take more than 7.
Okay, you'd
then for those what's it called? Those downfall.
Yeah.
There's those downfall can take 12. Then when they squeeze you.
Yeah, I'm talking about the squeeze. Okay. That actually happens.
Is that you've been squeezed?
Yes, yes.
Apologies on the squeezing. Okay. Now let's look at these numbers. The BRT will take 54. So give and take, we have almost about 7 Korokwe's to 1 BRT. Okay. Availability of these buses is one thing. They say they are going to get this done in phases. The numbers we saw as of 2 days ago was 229 buses on that corridor. 229 buses, if we calculate what we have now and 229 buses, it might not cut it.
Okay.
So we don't know what the phases is most likely going to be. But now, let's start this way. Businesses, manpower, job loss, buses, that's the vehicles themselves. How is this transition going to happen? Is Lagos State coming up with something that can make these people transit? Because if you remember very well on this table, we used to have Okada.
Okay. Yes.
That was dangerous, that
yes.
was bad, that was polluting everywhere.
We're fine now.
Crime and everything. Okada had to go.
Yes.
And Korokwe came.
Okay.
Now Korokwe has to go.
Yes.
How are we going to deal with this whole situation?
Funny enough.
Or will you propose that they deal with this?
Funny enough, let's even start with the fact that Lagos State's, Center of Excellence, you have to give it to them. They always want the best.
Okay.
So, and if you're comparing your economy and all of that, you have to, of course, come from a place of, okay, how is it done in other countries, and where are you trying to attain this, the height you're trying to attain. If you look at when we faced out Okada, I was one of the advocates for facing them out.
Okay. Sorry, for those that don't know, Okadas are motorbikes.
Yes. Okay. To face them out. Why? Because of the dangerous. In short, the government tried at some point. Use your helmet. They put out some policies that use your helmet. Give your passenger helmet as well too. But at the end of the day, we know the issues. People, we as a country or as a people, we don't follow rules and regulations. And the enforcement people there, they don't use the laws as a tool to correct. They use most times these laws or regulations as a tool to extort, and that's the problem we have. So, if for Lagos to move forward, like Mukhtar rightly said, this this reform to take out Korokwe and bring in certain fleets, your problem now is, or your issue is that the ones that bring it in will not be enough to cater for when they actually take out Korokwe. But I'll tell you something. Do you know how many people actually use public transport simply because they have issues with Korokwe on the road every day? Now, what this does is people go back to the road with their cars. I know a lot of people that go from, let's say, for example, from Yaba, they have friends. They carry themselves and they go. Now, when Korokwe came into the business or into the system, that's stop using their personal buses. You know what? I can't be shouting every day. I can't have my cars bashed every now and then because of these people. So let me just at least enter into their buses or use BRT or some other things. When you take them out, you would see private owners coming with their cars out because we are, quote unquote, we are more civilized if it comes to the road usage. We are more civilized. So if you are looking at the Lagos that you want, a safe Lagos, a Lagos that moves forward, they actually have to go. I've always said this for the past 3 years. They actually have to go. I said the same thing last week. I didn't even know Lagos State government when they look for this. So they actually have to go. Now, how would this cater for unemployment? Like I said, let's stop acting like that we don't have other institutions, other sectors. There are other sectors out there. There are other things to do. We need to start thinking as the lowest. Let me use that word. The lowest educated person abroad thinks of, okay, what can I do? At some point when you have some of our parents, we have some of our parents that own shops, that own restaurants, and they employ people. You don't always have to be in transport system. It should not be a lazy man's work. And that's why you say of drivers, just go into that system, into that place, drive anyhow. They don't know what they're supposed to do. No system, no structure. And they deface the road usage. causing problems for people. So there are other ways. Even in this same system of the government bringing new transportation fleet, you can find yourself in that system doing other things. I know some people that went from riding Okada to working with BRT.
Okay.
So there's always room. When the government says they want to do a reform, of course you find the pushback, the questioning, and all of that. But trust me, they've done their research, they've done their work. And again, I'm not saying it's the hard truth. We don't all have to stay in Lagos.
We don't have to stay.
Yes.
We don't all have to stay in Lagos.
Yes.
Okay, hold on to that thought. We don't all have to stay in Lagos. Lagos is benefiting from the over 11 million people in Lagos. Hold on.
Okay.
They are all adding one way or the other to the gross domestic product of Lagos. One way or the other. Now, there are a lot of states that also need developing. We don't all have to stay in Lagos. Okay. Now, why we don't all have to stay in Lagos? Let's step back to the era of the motorbikes, the Okada. When that policy came that Okada should go, people didn't take it lightly, and a lot of people were trying to flout that particular policy. We saw the enforcement not having a human face, just like he was trying to bring up now. By the time this starts, can we also see not just education, not just mobilization of people, also the enforcement of this? Because we will most likely see these particular vehicles have to now move to other states where they are going to be used, where they will be needed. But if you have to advise enforcement, what will you tell them on how to go, so that we don't have a repeat of what happened with the Okada scene when it did?
When it comes to Nigeria, and we use the word human face, is a phrase for lawlessness.
Okay.
So when we say enforcement, what comes before enforcement? A law is made. Then what comes after? Somebody did not obey the law. Then comes enforcement. So what happens to the first phase and the second phase? There's nothing like human face when it comes to the law and enforcement. The only thing that we can do is, at the time that we are making the law and we are making the penalty, we can make the penalty fit the law. That's the only thing. But once we agree as a people that this is the law, this is the penalty, whoever go against the law should face the full out of the law. The reason why we have developed countries, when they say don't do this and they don't do that, is because they know that the law will take its course. But in Nigeria, every time we bend the law at will, when is somebody from our family, our tribe, or religion that is at the other end of it.
Okay.
There's nothing like...
Hold on. I like where you're going. Let's shake this table a bit. Now, we have the Nigerian National Union of Road Transport Workers. Then within the same NRTW, we have the Agberos. Agberos are those nice, handsome guys on the road that enforce and de-enforce things that we don't understand. Now we have the Agberos. They will have the conductors who have the drivers' union. And you and I know that a lot of these people work for these same politicians that brought that...
Allegedly.
They allegedly work for them. How are we going to send these boys off the road? Because this
is not simple. It's not that simple. Before now, the Agberos are usually petty criminals on Lagos Road. Now, the administration at the time come together through a town hall and they agree that you cannot jail over 1 million young people. How do? You need to create jobs for them. And then they were attached to local governments and they start generating revenue for local government. And the exercise has given Lagos an exemplary revenue generation at the local level. It's unprecedented. It's not happening anywhere else in this country. So the system is working. They generate money for the local government. Do they have excesses? Yes. Are they, their style, is it questionable? Yes. So what should government do? We cannot throw the baby with the bathwater. We need to find a way to reform them. We need to find a way to inject trained, educated people into the system. Because the reason why local government have money to build schools and hospitals, some of the hospitals built by the local government in Lagos, I can use it. A lot of people can use it because it's good. They have solar 24-hour lights. You can't compare it. I mean, they are as good as private hospitals in other states.
Okay.
So the system is working.
The Agberos on the road.
Exactly.
That so gets money off this Korope and the likes that will be leaving the road very soon. How do we cater for those Agberos?
Agberos they are taking Korope off the major road, right? Now they can still work in the hinterland, and the Agbero can still get money for the local government from them.
In the hinterland.
In the hinterland, within the states. I mean, so for example, the Lekki Epe corridor, they are going to phase them out.
So we don't have.
Hold on. But from Lekki now, I mean from the Express Junction, if you are going into Jakonde, if you are going into Osapa, if you are going into Oniru, you will still be able to use the Korope, but you cannot just use them on the express. And do you understand? On the major road, that's what they are saying. Because the BRT will not go into those interlands. Those Korope will still be able to ply those routes.
Okay. So we look forward to beautiful changes come Monday.
Yeah, it's very, very important. I really appreciate what you said. I mean, you said everything. They're not taking them off the road completely. It's a gradual process. Leave the main road and go into the corners of the street and all of that. And what that does is it sends a signal to everyone that you can diversify, go to other sectors, go find. When Okada issue happened, and that's one of the things. Let's take away emotions or sentiments. We are humans. We adapt quickly. We create. We are creative people. If we are saying the government always try, and that gives to them, they always try to at least try to reform the sector a little bit to see what it looks like. When you fight it, then they go all out. Korope at some point came in to replace Okada, and it was supposed to be you move smaller buses and do your thing and all of that, and then they turned themselves to, in all honesty, they've turned themselves to something else on the road. So they have to go.
Okay, now this is more of a public announcement from us to you out there. So inform your people that this policy is going to take effect from Monday, next week. So for those still in the business of Korope, you have to start looking for a way of diversifying and seeking some other things. And let's not do or be part of the pushback. And let's see what the government has in store come next week. We've got a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured. with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SBL. You needed to be part of what happens when the cameras are not on us. You will love it. Yes, it's here and it's happening. We tell you, go on our social media, be part of the conversation. Outside the conversation, just go to SOUQ Television, SOUQ News Television. Go there, follow us, like, most importantly, share. Let your neighbors, let your friends, let your church and mosque people, let them know that we are here. Then comment, drop your comments there. We'll read it and we'll communicate with you. This is where you should be. Now, let's go straight to our next story, and it has to do with rail operations. Nigeria Railway Corporation. Now, they are raising an alarm of things that should not happen. The Regasi power line is being vandalized, and we need this to stop. Nigeria Railway Corporation has expressed concern over renewed vandalism targeting the Regasi power line. They are warning that the act threatens safe and efficient rail operations. In a statement, the NRC condemned the destructive activity, which has become a recurring challenge affecting power supply and rail connectivity along the critical Kaduna-Abuja. We always remember that corridor. It has urged communities and security agencies to intensify surveillance and protect national infrastructure. The corporation also welcomed the recent conviction of 2 rail vandals in Lagos, calling the court decision a victory for deterrence. It reaffirmed its commitment to pursuing legal action against saboteurs and enhancing security around rail assets. Okay, gentlemen on this table, there are issues that solutions might not be too far, but it's pursuing those solutions that are always an issue. We have markets in this country, and we know those markets where items that are pilfered, stolen, vandalized, or taken are sold. We have Katangwa markets. We have second-hand metal markets. We have a whole lot of them in the north.
Owodioniri in Lagos.
We just know these places. You see manholes taken with inscription of Lagos State on them. You have sort out aluminum railings from bridges, and we know where these markets are. Why are we not in the habit of just going there and shutting down those places?
We are trying to put an human face to enforcement.
Which human face again?
Exactly. So that's the question. So when government wants to carry out enforcement like this, earlier this year, we remember NAFTA going against dangerous drugs, and we see how it was politicized. Oh, they are messing up people's business. Government should wear an human face. That is what happens. We keep shifting the goalposts. So if we make a law and, people don't respect the law, they should face the music. That's what we should advocate as a people. Because like I said, we just don't find ourselves in enforcement. People must have gone against the law. First, the law was made. Everybody agreed to the law. And then somebody go against the law. Then there goes enforcement. That's the way it should be. But we over-politicize and we always see things from the emotional angle. So that's the problem that we have as a people. And we might even link all these illegal metal markets to the reason why we don't have a functioning steel industry. Because if we really need those metal and those steels, and we find a way to get it in the second-hand market without, caring about the source of the metal, it affects a lot of things. And we say, oh, people will lose their jobs. So, but is it really job if it's illegal, if they are stealing? If it's, if it's at the detriment of lives and property and the safety of the country?
Is it really jobs when they are stealing and at the detriment of lives and property? Now, let's go back to that particular Abuja-Kaduna rail line. Earlier this year, there was a derailment. Not earlier, some few months down the line, the rail derailed. Although they tried denying it earlier on, but we got to find out that it was as a result of the rails being vandalized.
Yes.
Now, we are still hearing the same thing. The power lines are, they are stealing the things that are supposed to keep those particular infrastructure going. How should we start getting people to retain and claim ownership of government infrastructure?
So one of the things I like about Fashola when he was governor of Lagos State was he was very brutal when it comes to enforcement of the laws. I always say this thing. So many things that we do every day. If you look at laws, you realize that you've broken at least 4, 5, 10 laws every day, but we don't know because we're just so used to this is what works. Now, vandalism, the Kaduna to Abuja, there are certain laws that govern this or that can carry out penalty issuance to people like this. If you don't, that's what we need. The penal code is there, the criminal code is there, the Miscellaneous Offences Act talks about these things. We have the Railway Act 1955 also that talks about what you should do when things like this happen. Until people start seeing, one of the fastest ways of telling a community that if you do this thing, you can be punished is dealing with one person. And we're not saying it doesn't have to be malicious. It's about using like enforcement. We have an enforcement problem in Nigeria because most times when the enforcement agencies even try to do these things, they do it from a place of malice, and that's the problem. So, if we taking ownership is subjective. Some people don't really care about. They don't even know what it means to take ownership because we're giving them the room to just act anyhow. And forgetting that most of these projects or this railway cargoes and the rest they're being bought on monies gotten from loan that we have to pay back, and we can only pay back because these trains are working effectively to generate money to pay back for these loans. So until people start to see that, if you mess up, if you are found on the rail side, you go abroad. What are you doing? Why are you working on the rail side? What are you doing there? If you're not a passenger or a rail worker or a rail officer or a manager for the railways, what are you doing there? Today you find, I don't know if it's Oshodi or Yaba or something like. You go there, once the train passes, everybody goes back on the train.
The market resumes.
Do you understand? Market resumes. Aside from the fact that it's even dangerous, when there are too many people in a room, you don't get to see what's happening. When the railway is supposed to be free and clear, monitored by cameras, and not just cameras, but by human. This is what we were saying earlier. There are other sectors that require employment and of people and all of that. We don't. How many when you pass through Oshodi now and looking through from the top of the Oshodi Bridge, how many rail officers do you see? You don't see. So and that's how you give ownership to people. When people start to work and guide the place and they're responsible for certain things, then you'd realize that they would work very hard to keep these things together.
Okay, working very hard to keep these things together. The last time we talked about the railway, we're looking at, ability and possibility of moving goods and services. We can't develop as a nation if we are relying on moving things on road. And if we say, then farming activity needs to improve, then there must be enough carriage to pick them up from wherever and bring them to the cities where most of all those products will be utilized or value added in one way or the other. Now, this is what we are grappling with. Vandalism. The commission said they tried and convicted 2 people. Should we have a case whereby if anything happens within a community, the community head will be held accountable?
I don't think so. I just think for security should be a joint task from top to bottom, from bottom to top. Everybody should play their role. So we need to have community policing that is going to complement what the federal agency is doing, giving of information, giving tips, and physically patrolling, and that security should not be a one agency responsibility. It's a responsibility of everybody, including me and you, that's not trained for security. When we see something strange, we should report. If we see somebody on the rail line that does not look like a railway employee, we should be able to have a dial line to call to say, this is happening at so place, and you need to check it out. And when somebody that is our neighbor or family member is found wanting, that's especially for host communities of rail lines, they should not cover up. They should, expose those individuals.
When they see something, they should say something.
Mr. Chooks, just before you go, like what you said, there's a particular statement when you use Transpanian or something. It's like it's an audio that's been played every now and then. You see something, you say it. You say you hear something, you say it. You know something, you say it. If you don't, then you're an accomplice or something. I've forgotten the actual word. Why? Because, like I said, everyone should be a security personnel in your own way. There's a dial line, you say something wrong. And this actually gives room for more jobs. We're talking about customer service now. You can actually have over 1,000 customer service people in this way. You can call and they're responsive. And then in the same time, you call in, I saw something happening here. And immediately the customer service line can call the rail officers, and they go straight there to, get the perpetrators of this vandalism and the rest. But if you don't do this, you are putting camera, you just capture, and you capture for nothing, because data also works with actual information. How strong is our data to even go with? To say, we want to just fly to issues with camera and the rest. Let us first use manpower. You understand something? Have a lot of customer service people on ground along this rail lines, and then you have a dial line that works properly, efficiently. You have rail officers that maintain and watch these things. That's over 10,000 people that have just brought into the rail system. Instead of just putting the rail there and saying the train should just work and that's it, and then you say you have vandalism. Of course, there's an economic problem. You always find people like this everywhere in the world, but it is limited or it is reduced or in developed countries because they've put in enough work to maintain the rail system by putting manpower, by getting customer service people to watch, to listen or take calls of complaints, and putting rail officers. There are jobs out there we check. I once applied for this job to be a rail officer, and it comes with dignity, it comes with good pay.
Rail officers. Okay, now, this is things that the Nigeria Railway Corporation should explore. Having rail officers man and monitor the stretch of Nigeria Railways, Nigeria Rail Lines. That will go a long way. Then also community participation, community ownership has been said on this table. If it's government built, we own it. If we spoil it, we lose. So hey, let's take responsibility. Let's get to our next story. This is going to be a fast one. It has to do with the Debt Management Office. Now, the Debt Management Office, they raised 709.6 billion naira in treasury bills auction. Now, that particular amount was raised from the Nigerian treasury bills. Nigerian treasury bills. And as we speak right now, it's no longer news because that was oversubscribed. For those that have not been able to get onto that particular investment, don't worry. The next one will be right there. As of December 3rd, it surpassed the 700 billion offer across 3 tenors. The auction featured 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day bills with 364-day maturity, attracting the highest investor interest due to its relatively attractive yield. This reflects sustained demand for longer tenor instruments amid current liquidity and inflation dynamics. Okay, for people that have spare cash and those that really know that, yes, we need to put money into the system, even though this is an internal loan somehow, want to say thank you very much. Now, remember, the country is working. We can't take that away. And one particular thing is that we've had stable Naira for a while. And that is why people are not scared in putting their money this way. You are not scared of waking up tomorrow and dollar is 3,000 Naira. I think we've gone past that era.
Yes.
Is it like a yes?
Yeah, it seems, so far, it seems like there's a stable signal with regards to this, investments and the rest. And I mean, people are looking to, a lot of young people now talking about, investments, looking at, buying stocks and treasury bills and the rest, because there's a stable FX for now. And I hope it continues that way.
Okay, now if this continues this way, and we see, okay, the highest we went was 8,008, 8,009, then it came down 6, 8,006, now it's 8,004, 60-something, 1,450-something. If for those that bought this particular treasury bill, if the Naira keeps appreciating the way it is, then that's a double profit for them.
Right.
Okay. Good, and good. Now let's tell you what's happening with cryptocurrency transactions. For those, this is one particular thing we've talked about on this table, I can't remember, for quite a long time. Now, the government keep losing out on transactions that happen on a lot of applications, most which happen to be foreign applications. And the government gets no tax off them, off the transaction, off the people, off the platform itself. But I think that's about to change. For those that are wondering, a lot of people are leaving the normal crypto tax. Because of crypto tax plan, they are most likely going to go for person-to-person trading. Proposed taxation of the cryptocurrency transaction, that's under the Nigerian New Tax Administration Act. For most people, this particular act will make sure most platforms will remit tax on transaction, tax on profit transaction, and tax on the application itself. So come January, what do you think is going to be the positive sides of this on crypto transactions?
Paying tax has never been the problem. As long as people are making money, I don't think they mind letting go a tiny fraction of it. And peer-to-peer transaction will mean spike in crypto scams.
Okay.
When people start doing peer-to-peer, then a lot of people will have somebody, run away with their money. And trading with the platform will be the best. Government has the right to control the applications that work, within our borders through the NCC.
Yes.
And through that, they can force these applications to pay taxes on behalf of their customers, and on transaction, they can get their VAT and they can get their capital gain tax as well. So that being said, it's good. I like that the government is now trying to cover their bases to get all the taxes that we can get, because we need all the revenues that we can get to build this country. The past administration, they don't understand a lot of things like crypto, and so many transactions is done that does not even calculate, that was not even calculated with our GDP, and
Exactly.
so many revenues
Completely off
were
record.
lost. So many transactions, and there goes beyond just revenue generation. There goes security too. And there can be insecurity without funding, and funding goes shadow fund, shadow, money channels like crypto. So government needs to have their eyes on everything, not just to generate revenue, but to be able to secure us. So because
and
if
track the movement of money.
So if some money is moving and the government does not know about it, that is a great oversight that can cost us our safety as a people.
Okay, now let's talk about revenue. Now, for most cryptocurrency platform and other digital assets platform, let me just not say cryptocurrencies. Outside this country, all of them, when I mean as in all of them, for everyone using their application, they can directly calculate your tax and remit back to the government of that particular state. They will even ask you, should we do that or you want to do that yourself? But you have it as an option there, whereby they calculate every single profit on each transaction and let you know this, and this is what your tax is likely going to be on the application itself. When do you think we as a country will get there, making sure that they also do that for Nigeria?
It's a compliance matter. Everyone, tech has really grown so big that anyone that has the idea of how to, create an app can just do something, tweak some of the some tech app and compliance, and just put up some of these crypto coins and all of that, and you just see that people buy, and all of a sudden it crashes and there are issues. So what I would expect from Nigeria right now is see how we can balance the understanding, balance the percentages in regards to these taxations on crypto generally for Nigerian users, so they don't run away. Now it's two ways. Over there, because compliance is very strong. I mean, for example, if you do crypto with Revolut, for example, every now and then there are certain KYCs that they do or something like that. To keep track record of the users. Are you of age? Do you know what you're doing? Do you have open knowledge of what the open knowledge of the stock you're buying or the coin you're buying or something like that? And just to avoid stories that touch over time. So until we, as an institution that govern this whole crypto FX and all of that in Nigeria, now start to take, it's not just about you want to collect from them. You want to give them a room to, they see it that you are giving them the freedom, the wings to fly, to have these transactions. Then they'll be more comfortable. Yes, it might be tough. This is also an advice to a lot of people or a lot of users, that might be buying different coins and all of that, doing crypto. Regardless of the fact that it might not be what you want right now, because there'll be a push to anonymous pay and P2P. It also would expose most of these users to fraud.
Definitely.
That's why at the end of the day, the government needs to understand that once you do that, there's going to be that happening, and once that happens, you will not be able to achieve the goal you're looking forward to. That's to have access to the revenue that these people make and be able to tax. So give them a room where they can, a playground where they can say, okay, like you rightly said,
more of a playground or more of a protection.
Protection. Let me use that word, protection. A safe space where they can say, okay, well, while we're doing this, yes, the government can take what you want to take, but it's because for some people it's actually a job for some of these guys. It's what they feed on, what they live on. So it's trading. You understand? Give them that room of, okay, even if you're going to take or you're going to tax me or whatever, I know that it's not from a place of malice, like I said earlier. Let's not do things from a place of malice, because it tells a lot.
Okay. Mukhtar said, for those that are going to engage in off-chain, off-platform P2P, get to know that it's very dangerous. Nobody's covering you. There is no escrow for you to go back to if it doesn't go through. That's if you're going off-chain and off-platform. So, hey, you should be very careful. Then for government of other states protect their citizens from platforms that may harm them. So that is what we also want to see happen here in Nigeria. Yeah. Then it's easier for you to say, okay, pay tax off your transactions. I know very well that I'm protected. No platform can come from outside and just disappear overnight. And then I'll pay my tax. Let's get to enforcement. Now, let's talk about the Nigerian copyright. Now, the NCC, they have reaffirmed commitment to anti-piracy issues. Nigerian Copyright Commission has reaffirmed its commitment to combating piracy across the country through stronger enforcement and public awareness. Speaking at the Nigerian Publishers Association Diamond Jubilee and annual general meeting in Ibadan, the NCC Director General Dr. John Asien said the commission had intensified its operation in line with the Copyright Act 2022. He noted that expanded awareness campaign, regulatory reforms, and the strengthened activities of NCC's Special Task Force were critical to tackling piracy both online and offline. Okay. Gentlemen, we don't have a lot of time, but let's talk about this. Do we have a culture as a people on this side that just encourages copyright?
We have the culture that encourages it because there's no enforcement. Before the music industry went full on digital, the music industry was at the mercy of the copyright cartel in Alaba.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the NCC was unable to save anybody. Today, Nigerian entertainment sector industry is the fastest growing industry, even faster than the petroleum industry, because the digital world has been able to give a full protection to their works, and people now earn, good value for their work right now in the music industry because they go full on digital. Even though there's still demand for physical CDs, people no longer make them because of piracy. And there goes NCC. So it means NCC are not working to their full responsibility because people no longer make CDs. People just focus on distributing their music digitally because they know they are going to be fully protected. And they are not protected by NCC. They are protected by international laws and international agencies from the advanced countries. So to an average musician in Nigeria, in the music industry, NCC is as good as non-existence. They don't exist in their world.
Okay, so as we speak right now, technology is somehow making them and pushing them out of business.
If we say technology, If we say technology, we are trivializing them.
Okay.
The advanced country, they come up with this technology to protect people. The technology is so robust that for every airplay on radio in public places performance, artist is recorded and artist gets paid for it. And that is why you hardly find an old American artist that has one hit that is poor. But we know too many veterans in the Nigerian music industry, too many veterans, they are either living in penury in this country or they are doing unspeakable jobs abroad to stay alive.
While their work of art is still being played or displayed.
Still being exploited, exactly. So, but when we say technology, it sounds like the technology jumped from heaven. No, some people made efforts to protect their industry and their citizens, and Nigerians are tapping into it. Yeah. And those countries are making serious money from our citizens because America, for example, there is a 30% withholding tax. So meaning for every 100 naira a Nigerian musician makes through an American solution, be it Apple Music, be it BMI Publishing, the American government takes 30 naira before they send the money to Nigeria because they provided the solution. And this is a solution that NCC should have provided for us locally, and Nigerian government could have been making those money. We see artists like Burna Boy buying 3-4 Lamborghinis. We can only imagine what their revenue is. Mm-hmm. Imagine if the federal government is making some of that.
Okay, now these are areas where we need to really sit down and ask ourselves questions. How did we get it? Now, let's now talk about ourselves before we go back to the government, Nigerian, and every other agency that is involved. With the music, with the work of art that we download, let me not music, but movies, music, lectures, all of these digital materials that we download, most times for free and don't pay for. How do we get to make people at least consider that somebody somewhere, some group of people somewhere, put money together and put works together to get those things done? So and that this is not legal.
So from my understanding, I think there's a way payments have been made. When you, as a creator, when you put your creative piece on any platform, like you rightly said, the platform, they know how they generate these funds. I think if you look at the Nigerian...
If for those that get these materials from the right platform,
yes.
Some other people go for cracked version, somebody just starts distributing people's music
illegally,
phone to phone,
so
to you,
so
you to her.
So it becomes piracy in Nigeria became so popular that owners of pirate sites are known people and they are celebrities and they are celebrated.
And they are walking around.
And they're walking around. So it became that popular that at some point people were paying pirators to pirate their work so it can be popular.
And they'll play it.
And they'll play. So it became that bad. So until now, and then the Americans did not even need to come to Nigeria. It just provided a solution that take care. If you go to Alaba now, if you go to the music distribution place, it's almost non-existent. I know popular music marketers that were multi-millionaires distributing for the biggest of the biggest. Some of them moved their family abroad because they could no longer survive. You know, business is no longer what it used to be. Nobody goes to Alaba anymore.
Okay. All because of growth in the digital space.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the law side of it. Can someone be prosecuted for distributing someone else's product?
Yes, definitely. The Copyright Act gives you all of this information with regards to how you can follow up on your work being dubbed or being misused by someone without of course, taking authorization and all of that. Yes, I always say, my mantra is the laws are there. It's how you can follow up the enforcement and knowing what to do when issues like that comes up. I have a lot of friends into the entertainment and copyright side of business.
You know what I'm nodding my head?
Why?
9 out of every Nigerian has music in the phone they did not pay for.
Exactly.
So who is going to...
But that's the thing. You rightly said there are tools. I mean, when you look at Google Music, you look at Apple Music and the rest. There's a form of, once you register to use this music apps and the rest, there's a way these monies are being generated when you use Apple Music, use your this other one, Spotify and the rest. So one way or the other, that's why they'll tell young artists, managers of course will tell you, or people advise you that when you're going to the music industry or as an artist, not necessarily about music now, you need to associate yourself with a management that has access to online tools or online applications that can generate money for you, revenue back to you. So it's out there. It's out there just for you to know where to go to. So and what they do for you, they protect your work as well too. They protect your work as well. So anybody can wake up today and just make a painting, make a music or whatever, create something, and if you don't align it with a particular governing tool that protects your rights automatically by signing up or whatever, you lose out on your benefits.
Okay. Now let's get this before we shut down. The Copyright Commission, as a body, as a government agency now, they say when you wake up is your morning. What can they do to turn the tides around?
Well, what they need to do is they need to start enforcing. That is one. And they need to bring in young people that understand the terrain.
Okay.
And they need, so these young people will begin to give them information on a lot of things. They make the laws are in place, but they don't understand it because a lot of our laws are copy and paste. So we want to make something on copyright, we just go to America or Europe and just copy and change some of the language here and there. But we don't understand it. So we need to infuse young energy, young people into some of these agencies. And the agencies should, stand up to their responsibility. They need to start enforcing. And there should be public sensitization. They need to let people that still download people's work illegally to say, oh, this is food you are taking from somebody's table. This is money being invested, and you are taking away the revenue. So people should understand what they do. And that is how we get support for enforcement, because even when we are enforcing and people don't understand, they just be like, it's just movie, it's just music.
Yeah.
So it's deeper than that. Some music people invest as much as 100 million naira on one song. So, and you just enjoying the music for free, that's bad for investment, that's bad for business, that is unfair to the people that created the work. We are talking about the monetary value spent on the work. We're not even talking about the intellect and the gift that is invested, the time. Some people take 1 year, 2 years, 6 months to come up with the idea of, to do some of this creative work, movies, music, art, like he said, books, like he said. Even for books, a lot of publishers now publish only online and sell on Amazon. Nobody believes in, physical copies again, because, the money just filtered away.
You can't even trace it as well.
You can't trace it. So, and all of these things are done in plain sight. In advanced country, piracy still exists, but through dark web. So you go, through, it takes a lot for you to actually get this work illegally. And, piracy is not in plain sight. But in Nigeria, like I said, pirates have become celebrities.
It's so funny, just to chip in, it's so funny that, like rightly said, we do it broad daylight here. I mean, in the music industry, you see some of these people, they say they lookalikes of Davido and the rest, going on shows, like they have their own management. Lookalike of Davido, lookalike of Simi, of Very Dark Man, and you're collecting money. Now, what you're doing, we laugh about it. I think one time they called out one of these guys, one of them, and he started crying on that he's just trying to have, earn a living and all that. They should leave him that. And in my head, I'm like, we're too emotional about everything. This is someone's work. That look is a brand. The song you're singing on stage, they are being paid for. Someone starts for 3 months, 2 months, some people a year, just to put it together, and then you're making money off that project. You should be arrested.
Okay. NCC, thank you for coming out. Now you have works, and with double X in your hands. We need to get them done. Now, this is a public service announcement. The Security and Exchange Commission, they've come out to warn Nigerians against investing in Glorious Wealth Fund. Again, Glorious Wealth Fund. The Security and Exchange Commission has issued a public warning against investing in Glorious Wealth Fund, GWF, labeling its operations illegal and potentially fraudulent. In a statement on Thursday, the Commission clarified that GWF is neither registered nor licensed to offer capital market services in Nigeria, contrary to its claims of providing access to investment in Nigerian stock and financial instruments. The platform operates via the website gloriouswealthfund.com. SEC advised the public to exercise extreme caution and avoid dealing with unregulated entities that promise unrealistic returns. It also reiterated its commitment to protecting investors by monitoring online schemes and taking legal action against violators. Okay, now let's get to our last story for today, and it has to do with music business. Our time is almost up, but hey, now for those that are wondering, Burna Boy has topped Spotify 2025 most exported Nigerian artist list. Burna Boy has reaffirmed his dominance on the global stage, emerging as the most exported Nigerian artist on Spotify. Mark you, Spotify's 2025 Wrapped list. Okay, we have less than 5 minutes to run out of here. The rate at which we are going right now, do you think the government is missing out on the growth of the music industry?
And the government is missing out, definitely. There's so much money that is being filtered away in the music industry to the countries of the people that are providing the solution and the necessary tools for the industry to thrive. So it's time that government starts investing in young people in technology, not just in music, but in other sectors too. So because music industry has shown how technology can help the industry scale. The music industry has scaled from 0 to 1,000, overnight, just because of technology. So with technology, let me break distribution, for example. Before, you need to physically take your CDs around the world. In Africa, about 50 countries, physically. You know what that will cost you. But with Apple Music, with one click, your music gets to the nooks and crannies of the whole world. Everybody gets your music with just one click. I can now explain how much that has saved you. Imagine physically distributing, even in Lagos, go to Oshodi, go to Mushin, but one click. Efficiency, cost saving, and so on. So that's because there's that technology. And this technology, we can, replicate it in other industries. Even for agriculture, we should have Alibaba for agricultural produce, where farmers in Epe, farmers in Kaduna can go to say, I have 10 tons of beans, and buyers around the world can go on that app to say, I want your 10 tons of beans, and we can compare our price with the global prices. And there will be logistics in between that get the beans from Kaduna to China without middlemen, straight from the farmer.
Okay, hold on. Do you know you just gave out a full business idea right now?
See, we don't go digital. We don't go add on data. This whole idea of tax and all of that would not be. We will just be we'll just go into a new government, a new session, and we just try what we try, and then maybe the next government will just come, and then everything goes back again as usual. Once we get right data, we go to the data system, we go to the digital system. You see a lot of monies that we are missing out on. Now, Burna Boy, Spotify, Apple Music, Google Music, it's still because there are people out there that created these solutions.
And those people that created these solutions are not Nigerians. And like you said, 30% of the bulk.
Yes, because you are not a citizen of their country, so they just charge you withholding tax, 30%.
Straight up, okay. I remember this particular episode. I won't call the person's name. Some years back, the era of Channel O, if you remember. He had to travel from Nigeria to South Africa to drop his music video, and politics and non-politics. So imagine the time, the money spent going from Nigeria to South Africa, then London, and now it's all about just upload it and click it.
Exactly.
And sadly, this is where we've kept talking about government involvement in a lot of this, but those that are there have not seen, let's call it the light. They've not seen the light. And we need to really make sure that a lot of these exports, call them, is now human names, is no longer just product. The Burna Boys, most of their monies are not made here. The Wizkids, the Olamide, most of them are not even based here anymore. The Ashakers, the list goes on and on. These are products, but do we see them as that? I want to say thank you to everyone that is part of this particular production. Today, Toby, you've been great. I mean, if we leave you, we won't leave here today. Everybody on that other side, remember, this country belongs to us, and we must grow it. And we can't do that if you don't grow your personal business first. Then we'll grow the nation together. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Have yourself a splendid weekend. Toby?
Well, my name is John Toby. Make sure you have a wonderful day. Stay out of the traffic today. If you're in Lagos, the experience is happening, so be mindful of the traffic.
Okay, I mean?
Thank God it's Friday. I wish you a beautiful weekend ahead.
Okay. Cheers.
And the time for the second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Petrol, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name
Hello and welcome to the maiden edition of Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Binite, Reverend Juliet. In recent times, more women have stepped into leadership roles, demonstrating empowering role of education, technology, and access to information. These women leaders have not only achieved remarkable success in their fields, but also played pivotal role in promoting gender equality and education reforms. Today, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the unseen barriers. But before we set the ball rolling, let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back to introduce our guests. Welcome back. Women leaders already battling workplace stereotypes and seeking work-life balance found themselves shouldering more enormous responsibility in recent time. Hence, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the rising challenges. Joining me for this discussion is my sis, a big sis, but in this court, we will call you Lady. Lady Horochi Ogan, leadership consultant, and the CEO of O'Neill, a global management firm focused on leadership. At my immediate right, welcome, Lady Horochi.
Thank you
to the
very
Queen's
much.
Court.
Thank you.
Maiden version.
Thank you.
A pleasure
Thank
having
you.
you here.
I'm glad.
And of course, another big sis of mine, a wonderful, incredible woman leader, Lady Adiola Aziz. In this court, the Queen's Court. So get ready for that. A politician and a social entrepreneur, and of course, the founder of an NGO, Community Care Foundation, focused on empowering youth and women, and especially in agriculture, solving the hunger problem. And I just want to welcome you, sis, Lady Adiola Adiola. You're welcome to Queen's Court.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be discussing these matters of women in leadership and the challenges. And today's discussion is going to be focused more on the ideological issues of these leadership issues, because women and leadership is almost as if it's not something to go together. When you say women, it doesn't count leadership. So we want to have that discussion, understanding that women have been leading in the past. We have seen great women leaders. We have seen Queen Amina Ozaria. We have seen Funmilayo Ransom Kuti in the West, and we have seen Margaret Ekpo in the East. So even in Nigeria, we have women who have led and showed tremendous leadership. But they're also very minimal leaders all over, abysmal women in leadership in different spheres of influence. The banking sector is beginning to show up with great women as CEO at the top of the echelon of the bank. But however, do we have enough women who are going to occupy that seat the moment they leave? So this discussion is very important, especially to a new generation of women rising, with the issues of women leading both at home and at the city gate. That balance of things, we need to have that discussion. That's why it's important to have the discussion. I'm coming to you, Lydia Adiola, and of course it's going to be the same, we'll dovetail to that same area of discussion on these rural women. Because of the issues of mindset, culture, educational background, and the 9 yards of the philosophy of understanding that women are also leaders, how do we navigate? Apart from education, training, let's say training, what is the intricate issues that you think is still limiting these women, even at the rural level? Let me give you an example. I was at a program where I needed to speak to some women. When they called me, I thought they were educated women, but I found out they were not, so I had to go into pidgin English a little bit. But I realized that these women have such capacity and role to play in the society. And they were complaining at the issues of the genital mutilation, the issue of the girl-child marriage. It was within the middle belt of Nigeria. And I was telling them, but you are a leader, you are women leaders. And they were like, no, what are you talking about? That's is the chief, is the this. So how are we going to go about especially the rural Africa, because we have over 20 million women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and it's fundamentally women producing, adding to the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Incredible when I saw that data. And yet we say we are not leading. Can you speak to that? And Lady Horichi also would add to that comment, because it's at the center of this discourse in its ideological and philosophical level. Because before we talk about specializing in areas of leadership, do we really want the men to still tell us to lead, or can we just simply realize it?
You see, when you're talking about what you just said at the rural level, right? We need to understand that, like I said, most of them are illiterate, and most of them are controlled and led by their chiefs, the ballers, their husbands, and all of that. I'll give you an example. During the local government election, we had to have a by-election in one of my wards. And there was a particular woman who was very active, widow, 6 children, she was under 23. And I said to her that, why don't you come and represent the ward? Because we needed you to be there. Somebody passed. And she said, yes. So I said, okay, we will support her, we will fund her, and all of that. Do you know that by the next day or 2 days later, when we reached her, we couldn't get her on the phone? And I actually paid somebody to go and look for her. Did something happen? What had happened was that her uncle, her late husband's brother, the ballers, and said, how dare she put herself forward? Or she said she didn't put herself forward, that it was Honorable Adiola Aziz who asked her, because she saw the potential. She mobilized a lot for us. And she went into hiding.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? So I now realize that what we need to do, we have to start the education from these male at that level who control these women.
Excellent.
During campaign, they're for you. They will do this, they'll support it, they say this is who we want. On the day of election, right, their husbands, the ballers, they would have given all of them. All of you, this is the direction you go. So when you have that kind of, I don't know what to call it, whether it's a directive, I don't want to use the word bullying or whatever, a directive from their husband,
that's what it is,
whatever, to do this. So tell me, how do those women want to express themselves? By voting or deciding or taking choices or making decisions that they feel is right for them. It's not inclusive.
So we need strong advocacy.
We need strong advocacy, and we need to try and see how we can get the buy-in of these men who have a strong hold on their wives, their sisters, on these women, to say, look, this is your daughter. This is what will happen. And a woman at that level only cares for food on the table for the children and how the children will go to school. Once you can satisfy those two needs, right, a woman will thrive on her own. But when she doesn't have that independence of mind to make a decision by herself, hey, she's in bondage.
Wow.
She's in bondage, and that is at that local level. I saw it live and direct. So they do not have the capacity. They've got the competency. They do not have that capacity to take those decisions by themselves. You know, so it's limiting and it's patriarchy, it's stereotyping, and hey, why should you raise your head up to say you want to lead? Who's giving you permission?
Excellent. But in comparatively to that, let me even draw it back to even at the international level, we only have about 23% to 25% of women at the global level. So if the rural woman, the issue of that control, is it the same as the woman at the elite level who has gone to school, at least did her high school, or suddenly she disappeared? I have had friends who were probably acting before, they get married and they just disappear off the screen. What is it? Is it just the limiting factor from the men, or the psychology of the women themselves, knowing that now that I'm married, maybe I'm not called to lead?
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because even before you asked it, I wanted to use a corporate example equivalent to the rural one that she
Excellent.
I attended an HR meet and greet meeting. It was a people-centered thing, and the head of HR of a multinational bank came to talk to us about barriers and women in the corporate world. She gave a practical example. She said, if there's a general management or CEO opportunity in Côte d'Ivoire, and you call a man and said, go and prepare, we're getting you ready, you're going to be the CEO in Côte d'Ivoire, the man will jump, thank, and if you call a woman, the woman will tell you, this is an exciting opportunity. Let me go home and discuss it with my husband. This is what is going on in the corporate world. I'm not talking about rural environment. So these barriers are real.
Yeah.
But in the same circumstances, we now had another CEO from a bank that told us about intentionality and planning. She said she went into banking career and she was intentional from word go that she was going to be at the top and nobody was going to limit her. It's not about feminism or women, whatever. She just had a relationship with her husband that helped her husband understand her and help her husband push her career. So she had a baby at the point they made her a chief executive officer for a bank in Ivory Coast or somewhere. She just, then there was not even GSM. She just planned, had 2 stable nannies, had a way of reaching out to them, you know, on a mini basis when she's doing her work. And she was able to do the assignment. She was able to take the position and enhance her career in the bank. At the time she was talking now, she was now CEO in Nigeria. So these barriers are real. And because I'm an SME person, when you mentioned SME, my body was shaking.
I can imagine, yes.
You see, so it's not an easy assignment, but if we're intentional, you need to reach out to them. It's a two-pronged approach. The first thing is that you need to sensitize the women. You need to get their buy-in. You know, you need to let them understand the benefits for them. It's not for me. You know, but you need to talk to them at their level. Speak vernacular. If you can't speak that vernacular, get somebody to interpret. Some of them do not. They understand pidgin English, I'm very good at that. When I get to my village, I start racking in Igbo language. What is important to me is communication. So you reach out to them at their level and try and sensitize them, create awareness. Let them there's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Let them begin. You break down the growth mindset in a simple way that will help them understand. That's the first step. Second step is to work with this huge, I don't know what to call them, husbands, chiefs, cousins, uncles, the male factor, you know, that is sitting over the female folk patriarchally, is to get them to understand. It's also a buy-in process, you know, have conversations with them, help them to understand. When you get into a rural environment, you get to the Bali. The Balis, I've seen people that were able to work and change an environment with the Oba. The Obas, recently, they're very literate. The Balis, even if they're not, they have understanding. If you get their buy-in, you just go out of your way, try and get their buy-in. Once you get their buy-in, it's easier to get the buy-in of all the other male figures in that environment. It is possible. I had listened to a senator that wanted to change something fundamentally from a history of influence, and it was genital mutilation. And she started, it was a Herculean task, but she was deliberate, she was planned. She started with the Oba of her village. Yes. She started with the Oba, continued having meetings until the Oba got the buy-in.
Excellent.
So when the Oba got the buy-in, she went to the youth. The youth got the buy-in and said any woman that is mutilated will not marry. Do you understand? So I'm giving this practical example to say that it's possible.
Societies have changed.
Yes, it's possible. If you go systematically, you will have a buy-in, and there'll be a mindset change. There'll be a paradigm shift, and then you begin to make progress. By the time you're handling simultaneously the women, you know, and the male figures that are barriers, the barriers are real.
No,
that's why we need to.
They're real.
Be very deliberate about it.
I want to add to that contribution, especially for the current generation of women that we have. One of the things that I have also found out is that if you know you have the desire to lead, for goodness sake, when you are dating your spouse or your husband to be, please discuss it. Because some men will not entertain it. So you will not get in and say, oh, when I marry, I will change his mind.
No, it's too late.
Because if it doesn't happen at that stage, you don't express your desire to him, and he doesn't support it at the beginning, it's not going to work.
That's the story. I can get up today, I'm going tomorrow.
Right. So getting the buy-in at an early stage, once you know leadership is in your mind, is extremely important. So that you know where you're going to. Because if they don't support you,
no, it's a problem. It's going to be a challenge.
And at the same time,
married.
Yes. At the same time,
as a single
politician again, if you go out there and you don't see your husband beside you once or twice, it's like, what is she? Is she here? You know the negativity that goes with it. I remember when I was contesting, I had to tell my husband at the early stages of my campaign, please be beside me. And they all definitely they enjoyed it.
Excellent.
You know, so it's important that they get the buy-in of the husband before the ballers and the obas and all of that.
Can I add something? Before you add, just for us to begin to conclude something, because this is a proof of what you have said. Because the data shows that there was a organization that financially outperformed industry competitors have more women in leadership. That the more women are in leadership, the organization's competitiveness increases and improves. And I always tell men also, if your wife is a leader, is an improvement to your social capital, is an improvement to your financial capital. As we wind down this discussion that is a continuum, it continues because it's a very broad discussion. And we now see the reason why the discussion should happen, because the women quotient in the leadership role, beside whether it's the husband or other men, is quite low. We still have them in all spheres of influence. We're having that challenge. So you can make your conclusive point of what will it take for us to increase the quotient as we wrap this up. Starting from her as she concludes her points, then also dovetail to that question.
My last words as we conclude.
Yes.
I was going to say that when it comes to marriage, I'm not deviating. I think that conversation should happen whether you want to be a leader or not.
Yes.
You need to let, as a human, because you need to let your husband, get your husband consent from the beginning to support you to be the best versions of your life.
That's it.
You need to.
That's your HR speaking.
Yes. You need to get your husband to support you to be, you are his helpmeet. You're there to help him to be the best versions of his life, but it's a partnership. He should also make a commitment to help you to be the best versions of your life.
Precisely.
And so if you have that balance at the beginning, it's easier to manage things. It's easier to manage things, you know, when you're in the marriage. And these are my last words. I keep coming back to, you know, people plan and organize. You know, we need to be very strategic.
Yes.
We need to deal with the critical mass. We need to encourage benefits. We need to have a dialogue conversation. This not just be about it. Excellent. Science and environment. We want to come together as a team. That's what we're doing. This is not a talk show.
Definitely.
I'm a solution bearer. Here to solve problems. That's why I came on the program.
Yes.
So outside this program, as we progress, can we come together and put up a strategic plan on what we can execute? And I'm not talking about high level.
Yes.
Let's go back, because my family has a foundation. I understand how to run grassroots issues. Let's go back to the grassroots. Let's start doing something.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady Adeolaman, as we conclude.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about the value.
Yes.
About the value that women bring to the table.
Yes.
If they are there.
Okay.
If they show up, if they're there. Promoting women leadership is simply social justice.
Excellent.
It is inclusivity.
Excellent.
It is diverse critical thinking. It brings prosperity to the table.
Yes.
To the nation, to the community, to the society. So why do you want to leave 50% of the gender that makes up the workforce, that makes up the SMEs, that makes up who we are in Nigeria? Why do you want to cut them out of the equation?
Excellent.
It's like having an aeroplane flying with one wing.
It will never fly.
So it will never fly. So the earlier we start to realize that women leadership is a must, it's a task that we must face, embrace, be intentional, and ensure that anything that comes in our way, for those of us who are there, we advocate, lead. And what's the other word again? When you lobby, the men, that please, this is for your wives, your daughters, your sisters. Social justice is key.
Thank you very much.
Equity and equality is paramount.
Thank you very much. We must all remember that leadership is not masculine, it's human. And women's rights are indeed human rights. And every woman is called to lead right from the home gate to the city gate. And once again, I want to appreciate Lady Horochi Ogan and Lady Adiola Aziz to Queen's Court, the maiden version.
Thank you.
2024. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for listening. God bless you, and bye for now.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade, and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the Visionary Credit Registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the fourth estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the expo, and this expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of masterclasses, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners, including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies, reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvests, Corpus Christi, And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. First and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So, to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God, the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody's perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind. He has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. There's expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. but I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish. with Ewedu and Eba. I'm not too much of an Amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
As the world navigates constant change and competing voices, the call for purposeful leadership rings louder. The Scalable Leadership Summit 2025, hosted on the Leadership Channel Consulting platform, wasn't just another conference. It was a clarion call to leaders, seasoned and emerging, to abandon short-lived titles and build the kind of leadership that endures storms, spans generations, and reshapes nations. In a compelling convergence of Africa's top-level thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and organizational trailblazers, the summit issued a bold call for enduring, values-driven leadership. Under the theme, Lead Beyond Limits, Build What Lasts, the convener, Wale Adekola, emphasized that this event is not for applause. It was engineered for lasting impact.
We're talking about leaders who are going to represent leadership, who are going to become leadership ambassadors. And that is why we are launching Scalable Niger today. So Scalable Niger for us is not just a slogan. It's something that we want to see happening in every community in Nigeria, because today every participant is going to go home with three powerful frameworks, and for these frameworks, we have the first one is the Scalable Leadership Framework. The second one is ADAPT. ADAPT model is a sustainable change system that it can use to transform any system within the organization, of course, and across institutions in Nigeria, of course, and across Africa. So these are proven and tested frameworks that we have studied, we have applied, for the past 10 years. And now we want to see all these frameworks applied in Nigerian institutions and, of course, organizations.
The summit delivered a rich blend of keynote insights and fire chat dialogues, featuring voices like Adeyemi Olayiwole, Niyi Adesanya, Tara Fela Durotoye, Honorable Adewumi Adeyemi, Professor Abraham Oshinobi, and Dr. Smith Bam, among others. The experience was further deepened by stirring spoken words, performances, and inspirational music, not merely to share leadership principles, but to ignite a deeper commitment to legacy-driven leadership in a world that is constantly evolving. Kicking off the summit was leadership strategist and keynote speaker Odeyemi Olayiwole, who emphasized the power of learning from experience. His message challenged attendees to go beyond information and seek transformation through mentorship, experience sharing, and tested wisdom.
The cheapest way to succeed in anything is to learn from someone who has succeeded in that thing. Not someone that knows about the thing alone, but someone who has been able to acquire the information and translate it to application and have results to show. And so that's why many years, in 1996, when I knew that my assignment was in the leadership space, one of the first questions I asked is, who is doing what I want to do? And who is the best at what I do? Every year I pick 3 case studies: a country, a company, and a corporate leader, every single year. And I dissect them to find out what is the secret, because success needs clues. The secret of men are in their stories. So one of the cheapest ways to succeed at anything is to find out who has succeeded at what I want to start.
Renowned beauty entrepreneur Tara Feladrotoye, in her keynote session and during a fire chat with a convener, shared lessons from her leadership journey in building the House of Tara brand, from humble beginnings to a systemized enterprise. She spoke on navigating growth, people development, and succession planning.
What is it that I do that delivers the same outcome? What is it that makes my customers buy every time? Write it down, because you have now found a framework. Then you amplify and multiply that framework so that every time you meet a House of Tara person, there is something about them that reminds you of the person you met in Lekki. Why? Because we have created a culture. The policies are designed to protect you, not just the company. If you don't remember everything else that I said and you are an employee here, pull the policies and embrace them in your chest. Know them by heart. If anybody says anything, you just ask, what does the policy say? And all found out, if you don't have policies, what you are basically saying is that you're allowing your people to do anything.
From academia, Professor Oshinobi of Lagos Business School brought a compelling perspective on national transformation governance, innovation, and faith-based leadership.
The Nigerian paradox: we are rich in resources, yet poor in trust. True of us, bursting with talent, yet starved of opportunity. A land of faith, yet a desert. Governance is a structural foundation that enables accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. But the crisis is this: 83% of Nigerians is strong public institution. True or true? That is the basis of our problem in this country. Trust deficits.
The summit was not all talk. It was also artfully immersive, as Esosia Wilson rendered soul-lifting inspirational songs, creating moments of reflection between sessions. In an interview with SOUQ News TV, the convener emphasized the summit's depth, that it is a leadership movement committed to shaping a new breed of leaders. Participants shared their reflections, describing the summit as a catalytic experience that confronted, challenged, and compelled.
Leadership is not just a day thing, it's a daily thing. We want them to recognize 3 types of patterns. So we have encouraged them to study pattern. Number 1, pattern recognition. Number 2, pattern usage, how they can use the pattern that they're going to learn today. And number 3 is pattern creation. How can they create new patterns that they can apply in their own organization, something that is unique for them from the patterns they've recognized that they can use and also apply in their organization through wisdom.
Some people just wish to scale, but you need to be able to have a system that enables you to scale. So that's basically what I think the frameworks would do. And then from each of the speakers, so they are all coming from different, some are from the academia, the business world, which I believe that convergence will actually help to give a better knowledge and sensitization about what true scalability in business and in leadership basically is.
The second session talked about the need for leaders to appreciate their team members, and it was quite emotional when we saw 2 or 3 people shed tears of joy when they got messages from their team leaders. So for us as team leaders, we need to be very deliberate. And even the case study we did, Deep Sea, it talks about the need for us to be very deliberate. We need to know our team members. We need to know what's happening with them, and we need to leverage their strengths.
Everything rises and falls on leadership. If the leader gets it right, it trickles down to those at the middle level, at the lower level. So it's important to get it right from the root so that the fruits are good. I do a lot of case studies. So you study what has worked, what has not worked. And through my research, preparing for this summit, I discovered that we're talking about starting, scaling, and sustaining businesses. So let's study systems that have worked for up to 1,000 years and more. And I found out that they are driven around community, which is people. Everything should be about people. Listen to them, love them, then you can lead them more effectively. And when people's hearts are touched, they work better with their hands, with their head, and with their feet.
Because I work with people, I understand how powerful people can be, and the biggest asset any organization has is not infrastructure, it's its people. And if you understand that your people are your assets, you will invest in your people. But if you don't understand it, if you don't share that philosophy, you're going to abuse your people, you're going to misuse your people. So for me, it's something I've been living for 20 years, and so it's just natural.
You need to love the people you want to lead by having what we call the emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Both go hand in hand, and you need them for leadership. And lastly, for leadership is also about listening. For you to influence one, you need to listen to your environment in order to act accordingly.
We have looked at how to scale our leadership potential, and also sustain it. It's not enough to just start, but we will start, we will scale, and then we'll sustain it. It's something that should be a legacy, something that should live beyond us. But right now, we are talking about impact, the impact that the structures and the systems that we are putting in place will have on our society, on our community. So leadership is beyond just us. It's about impact, it's about sustainability, and it's about the value that we are creating for our society.
To a large extent, I try to tell people that you can be anything you want to be, because you've been placed here to lead, you've been placed here to be at the forefront. And for you to be at the forefront, that means you need to understand what leadership means. And that's the message I pass out. I see myself being able to influence the world with my music, and also show people that they have the ability to believe they can be anything they want to be.
My workers are waiting patiently to see me coming, because I have a lot to impact on them about the personal growth, the business growth, and everything as well. Everybody needs this, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You don't need to miss out this kind of program. You need to connect. No matter the money you spend here, it's worth it.
With resounding voices across academia, enterprise, ministry, and the creative arts, the message was unified. Leadership that scales must be intentional, people-focused, and purpose-driven. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAMB, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life, all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protest. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment in oncology, people in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, that is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across to our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessments, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environments. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, and you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgence of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we have some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage seaports at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Petrol Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. he gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consulting.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the midday news here on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. The federal government has released the sum of 4.7 billion naira as the first phase of stipend payment to trainees and accredited centers under the National TVET Skill Program. Education Minister Dr. Tunji Alawusa said over 42,000 registered students have now received their monthly 22,500 naira upkeep allowance, while more than 600 training centers have been funded to sustain practical learning. The disbursement marks a major milestone in the program's rollout, which began in May as part of government efforts to expand youth skills development and reduce unemployment. Officials said the initiative advances President Bola Tinubu's directive to accelerate job creation, skills-based empowerment across the country. The TVET program requires accredited centers to meet strict standards, including NSQ-aligned curricula, qualified assessors, and functional workshops. Applicants searched after registration opened, with examination participation rising from 7,547 in 2024 to 30,000 in 2025, alongside new artisan-led mentorship across 38 upgraded technical colleges. And now the federal government has approved 185 billion naira to settle long-standing debt owed to natural gas producers, a move officials say will stabilize power generation and restore investor confidence. The payment endorsed by the National Economic Council targets areas that have constrained gas supply and weakened operations across the sector. According to the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Gas, Dr. Ekwerekwe Ekpo, clearing the backlog will revive exploration, boost production, and improve electricity generation nationwide. He said that the decision aligns with the Decade of Gas initiative and is expected to unlock stalled projects and encourage fresh investments. Government officials added that improved liquidity for gas producers will ease supply disruptions that have intensified nationwide power shortages. The intervention follows recent efforts to resolve multi-year debt across the energy chain, including a 4 trillion naira bond framework designed to support GenCos and gas supplies. And now the Central Bank of Nigeria has lifted the spot rate on the one-year treasury bills to 17.50%, pushing yields 145 basis points above the country's 16.05% inflation rate. The adjustment followed tight subscription levels at Wednesday's primary market auction, where investors sought higher returns despite ongoing disinflation. Demand at the auction reached about 775 billion naira against the 700 billion naira offered, with nearly 90% of bids concentrated on the 364-day tenor. The CBN allotted 636.46 billion naira at the higher 17.50% rate, while rates for the 91-day and 182-day maturities remained unchanged at 15.30% and 15.50% respectively, amid a weak demand for shorter instruments. Analysts say the rate increase signals the Apex Bank strategy to keep Naira asset attractive following its decision to maintain the monetary policy rate at 27%. Rising appetite for longer-term bills suggests investors are positioning for improved real return, inflation moderates, and yields move deeper into positive territory. And away from that, growing United States pressure
on President Nicolas Maduro is reshaping investor sentiment around Venezuela's long-defaulted sovereign and oil-backed debt. The PDVSA 2020 bond, once trading at distressed levels due to sanctions, has returned to par value as legal rulings strengthened creditor claims. The bond, backed by a controlling stake in United States refiner SOUQ Holdings, became central to a court-led asset sale after creditors, including Crystallex, won enforcement rights. Elliot's Amber Energy has marked $2.1 billion to extinguish the note, pending U.S. Treasury approval. Market recovery accelerated after Washington eased sanctions in 2023, and courts validated the bond's enforceability under New York law. The combination of renewed geopolitical pressure and improved liquidity has revived global interest in Venezuelan debt, marking a rare turnaround for an emerging market defaulter. And now, Bank of America will allow its wealth advisors to recommend crypto exchange-traded products from January 5, broadening access beyond high-asset clients. The shift marks a recent institutional endorsement as digital asset gained. And now we'll take a break. We'll come back with more stories. Please stay with us.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are